It's game number 4 between the Spuds and Bison from Caldwell, Idaho. Hello, everyone, and welcome to beautiful Wolf Field in Caldwell. Braden Byers here with you tonight. The Bison are looking to bounce back into the win column after dropping their last 2 games versus this Spuds team. The Bison lost 8-1 last night as they kicked things off in the top of the first with 1 run. However, the Spuds took it from there. So the Spuds dropped to 500 for the first time since being 0-0 this year. They look to stay above 500 for the rest of the season tonight and hope to not dip below that mark with a loss once again tonight. We'll be back right here on the Bison Digital Network after the national anthem for the first pitch. We are back here on the Bison Digital Network from Caldwell, Idaho. Got Canyon County versus Gem City, round 4 out of 5. Let's take a look at the starting lineups for your Gem City Bison. Batting leadoff center fielder wearing number 15, Derek Wood. Right fielder wearing number 4, Caleb Salgado. Designated hitter, number 10, Luke Bannister. Catcher, number 26, Nico Pezzanella. Third baseman, number 21, Keegan Schultz. Shortstop, number 6, Justice Panton. Second baseman, number 7, Tyler Godfrey. First baseman, number 29, Calvin Webb. Left fielder, 31, Cooper Hack. Looking at the starting pitcher for the Canyon County Spuds, going to be number 39, Brendan Tom. So it looks like we're about ready to get things underway here in Caldwell for game number 4 of 5 in this series. After this series, the Bison will return home for a doubleheader on June 8th. I do believe that is Wednesday, June 8th, against the Nebraska Prospects, welcoming them to Cowboy Field for the first time this year, really the first time ever. So the throwdown to first is complete, and Derek Wood will now come up to bat, the native of Reedley, California, from Paradise Valley Community College. He's stepping into the left-handed batter's box. A little bit of an overcast day here in Caldwell. So we had a little bit of rain threatening earlier. Hopefully that will stay away and we will be able to play the totality of this game. First pitch going to be at 7:07 p.m. Mountain Time, local time, and that's going to be fouled off towards the left for strike one. Wood last night was 2 for 4 for a .500 batting average with 1 run and 2 stolen bases. The 0-1 pitch will miss for ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. No outs and no base runners as we've just started this ball game. The 1-1 pitch from Tome, that's going to miss up for ball 2. As I said in the open, the Spuds came across and pushed 8 runs across home plate after the Bison got it started in the top of the first inning. The 2-1 will miss outside. It'll go to the backstop. No harm, no foul, as there's no runners on base. Ball's given back to Tome at the play on the mound, excuse me. 3-1 is the count. Tome comes set, pitches, and that'll miss out for ball 4, sending Wood to first base. That will bring up Caleb Salgado off the walk. We'll have a runner on first, no outs. Salgado steps into the right-handed batter's box this time, starting things off with the lefty, coming up behind him with a righty. The first pitch of this at-bat will miss up near Salgado's face for ball 1. One ball, no strikes, runner at first, nobody out so far in this top of the first inning. Tom comes set, deals home, and that's going to be a swing and a miss from Salgado. 1-1 the count. Salgado, a native of Sparks, Nevada. One ball, 1 strike, runner on first. Pickoff attempt over to first. Wood will get back in time. As the ball gets past the first baseman. 1 ball, 1 strike. Runner on first. Wood's going to go. The throw down to second will not be in time, as Wood will take second on the stolen bag. So 1 ball, 2 strikes, as that one crossed the plate for a strike. Tom steps off the mound. 1 ball, 2 strikes, with a runner at second for the Bison. Here's the pitch. 1-2 will be fouled straight back. Count will remain the same, but Wood will advance. Actually, that ball was tipped towards the backstop. Couldn't quite see that as it was all covered up by the catcher. 1 ball, 2 strikes, still the count. As everybody returns back to their positions, 1-2, still the count. Salgado stepping in, waving his bat over his right shoulder. Tom comes set. 1-2 pitch fired home, swung on into left field. Go back and grab it for out number 1, keeping Wood
Designated hitter number 10, Luke Bannister.
at second.
Designated hitter, Bannister.
So Luke Bannister will step in for the Bison. One runner on base, 1 out for the Bison. That's first pitch of this at bat. Will miss inside. Wood will advance to third base as the first ball comes across. Bannister from Hutto, Texas, from Temple Community College. Shagabe behind the plate for the Spuds. Here's the pitch, and that will miss just high for ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes, 1 out. The runner on third for the Bison. Last night, Bannister was 1 for 3 with 1 RBI and 1 walk. Ball will miss once again. Wood will make it in safely for the first run of this ball game. So the score is 1-0 in favor of Gem City here in the top of the first with a 3-0 count to Bannister. Tom sends that in for ball 4, sending Bannister to first. So that'll send Bannister to first base and bring up Pezzanella. The catcher for the Bison. First pitch of this at-bat upcoming with 1 out and a runner on first. That's going to be in there for strike 1. No balls, 1 strike, 1 out. This top of the first inning is brought to you by A.D. Martin Lumber and Lariat Realty, LLC. The 0-1 pitch will miss down low for ball 1, evening it up at 1-1 with 1 out and a runner on first. Tom Pearson looks back at first base. Now comes set, deals home, and that'll miss low and inside for ball 2. Make the count 2-1. Pezzanella from Sparks, Nevada as well, same as Salgado from Northern State in South Dakota. Ball miss for 3, the third ball, make the count 3 balls, 1 strike with 1 out, and Bannister on first. Pezzanella last night 0 for 2 with a walk. 3-1 pitch will be swung on, and Pezzanella getting a whole lot of air, making the count full. Three balls, 2 strikes, 1 out, runner on first. The Bison lead at 1-0 in the top of the first. Looks like time was called by Pezzanella. So Bannister, who got an excellent jump, will have to return back to first. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Runner still on first as Pezzanella steps into the batter's box. Pickoff over to first, not in time, although everything was secured by Miller. Count still 3-2 with 1 out in the top of the first. The Bison lead at 1-0. The pitch will be fouled almost straight back, just a little bit towards the left. Count will remain the same. At 3-2. Pezzanella bouncing around between designated hitter, first base, and catcher. Today he's playing catcher for the Brown and Gold. The 3-2 pitch will miss outside for ball 4, sending Bannister to second and Pezzanella to first. Back-to-back walks for Tom, as Keegan Schultz will now step in for the Bison. The Texas Cowboys, we like to call them. Time is going to be called by one of the coaches as he walks out from the dugout. Before the first pitch of this at-bat gets thrown, Schultz gets greeted by the third base coach, Jack DeLongshaw, and Pezzanella is talking to first base coach, Tico Pereira. 1 out with runners on first and second for the Bison. Already pushed a run across as Wood got on base off of a walk. Stole second and then advanced to third and ultimately home on 2 passed balls. Schultz steps into the box, puts his bat over his shoulder, and is ready to go to work. Tom comes set, looks back at second. Here's the first pitch. Swung on. It's going to be fouled for strike 1. 0-1 the count. Schultz from the Colony, Texas. From Nichols State as well. No balls, 1 strike, 1 out with the runners on first and second. The pitch will miss for ball 1, evening up the count at 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out with runners on first and second. The Bison lead at 1-0 in the top of the first here in Caldwell. He's going to step off, and the runner will be out at second. Bannister gets caught off guard by Tom as he steps off of the plate as he acted like he was going home. However, Garrett was over there calling for him to throw back to second. Ultimately, that was the right decision. 2 down for the Bison. Coach Gansrow now out to talk with the home plate umpire. Just having a little conversation. If I know anything about Gansrow, with him being an umpire himself in the Coastal Plains League, he's not saying anything nasty to him. He's just wanting to have a conversation, seeing what they saw. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. Bison leading 1-0 in the top of the first. Gansrow will walk back to the dugout as the home plate umpire has a conversation, relaying the messages that he heard from Gansrow to the base umpire. 1 run coming across already in the top of the first. That is how the story went yesterday, but after the 1 run came across, the Bison Ended up giving 8 runs after that. So Gansrell will walk back to the dugout, and the call will stand. 2 outs with runner now just on first, and Schultz up to bat with a 1-1 count. 1 ball, 1 strike. Schultz stepping in the right-handed batter's box, swings his bat around. Ultimately steps out, then steps back in. Pezzanella taking his lead off of first. Tom looks back, now comes set. Pick off over to first, once again, not in time. As Pezzanella with a nice swim move to come back. Count remains at 1-1 in the top of the first. Pitch will be across for strike 2 as Schultz swung on it and missed. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runner still on first. 1-0 Gem City over Canyon County. The pitch, as Pezzanella's going to go, will be fouled off by Schultz. The count will remain the same as Shagabe had his mask fall off, whether that be from the ball hitting it or I'm not really sure what happened. All I know is an object flew off of his face. 1 ball, 2 strikes with 2 outs. The 1-2 coming from Tom. Here's the pitch. That'll miss inside for a ball. Pezzanella will be into second safely off the stolen bag. Second stolen base for the Bison so far. And the count will move to 2-2 now for Schultz. Schultz last night was 1 for 4 with 1 strikeout. Batting average of .250. 2-2 pitch. Swung on and missed for strike 3, ultimately putting an end to this inning. 1-0 Gem City leads it as we head to the bottom of the first here on the Gem City Bison Digital Network. We'll be back right after this. Welcome back on the Gem City Bison Digital Network. Let's take a look at the Spuds starting lineup for you tonight. Leading off, playing center field, wearing number 1, Owen Bischoff. The right fielder, wearing number 13, Lucas Danielewicz. The designated hitter, wearing number 34, Tyler Stone. The first baseman, wearing number 28, Tyler Miller. Third baseman, wearing number 10, Peyton Flynn. The second baseman, wearing number 15, Gabe Garrett. The shortstop, wearing number 26, Josh Quinn. The catcher, wearing number 8, Matthew Shagabe. And the left fielder, wearing number 3, Chase Burke. The starter on the mound for your Gem City Bison, number 19, Ryan Keith. The first pitch from Keith comes across the plate for ball 1, low and inside to Bischoff. Taking a look at the other games around the Independence League, as of course, you know, this one going on. That pitch going to be swung on. Panton can't pick it up on the left side of the infield, so a leadoff single for the Spuds versus the Bison. No hits. Danielewicz will step up to bat now. Other games going on in the Independence League. The Badlands Big Sticks hosting the Casper Horseheads. The Hastings Sodbusters taking on the Nebraska Prospects, as the first pitch of this at-bat will come across for strike 1. The North Platte Plainsmen having the Western Nebraska Pioneers over, and the Fremont Moo playing the Spearfish Sasquatch over in Fremont. The 0-1 pitch from Keith will be swung on, popped up into shallow right field, maybe foul territory. It's going to stay just fair, but it will be picked up by Godfrey for out number 1. So Godfrey following it all the way, almost to the foul line. Nico Pezzanella behind the plate for the Bison today. So that'll bring up Tyler Stone, playing designated hitter today. First pitch coming from Keith. That'll miss outside and low for ball 1. Last night, the Tyler Stone was 3 for 4 with 2 runs, 1 RBI, and 1 walk. The 1-0 pitch will miss once again for strike 2, this time on the outside. The 2-0 from Keith will miss, and it just keeps progressively getting farther and farther on the outside corner to the lefty hitter. 3-0 the count. Keith comes set and deals it, and that's going to be swung on, flown into left field. Hack will follow it, and it'll be just out of reach. Bischoff will come around third. Schultz will pick it up and fire it home and will not be in time. So Bischoff will score from first off the RBI double from Tyler Stone to tie things up here in the bottom of the first. Cooper Hack couldn't quite get an angle on it. The throws were on point, as there was a little bit of a play at the plate, but Pezzanella couldn't get the tag down fast enough to get Stone out at home. That will bring up Tyler Miller, getting a fresh set of counts for the Spuds. That one will be in for strike 1 on the outside edge of the strike zone. The 0-1 pitch coming from Keith, swung on and missed for strike 2. Miller last night, 1 for 4 with a walk and a .250 batting average. No balls, 2 strikes, 1 out, runner on second for the Spuds. We're tied 1-1 in the bottom of the first. Chopper to first, picked up by Webb. He'll get an unassisted putout for out number 2, but Stone will advance to third.
Third baseman number 10.
So that'll bring up Peyton Flynn, the third baseman for this Spuds team, playing today. With a runner on third and 2 outs, tied 1-1 in the bottom of the first. First pitch of this at-bat swung on by Flynn and missed for strike one. A little bit of the sun peeking out, coming from the left side of the field. The 0-1 swung on. It's going to be popped up into center field. Wood calling everyone off. He's got it for out number 3. 1-1 is the score as we head to the top of the second here on the Gem City Bison Digital Network. Will be back right after this. This top of the second inning brought to you by Aspen Family Chiropractic, Grand Avenue Urgent Care, Laramie GM Auto Center, and Drake Jeffries. Currently we're tied 1-1 in the top of the second as the first pitch going to come across to Panton for strike one. Almost identical scorebooks looking back and forth. I mean almost identical. First runner, the leadoff man comes across to score for both squads. 5 batters up and 3 of them going down. So we're both, for both here in the second, we're going to start with the 6th hitter. One the count as Baum sends that in for strike 2. Panton steps back in to the box from Phoenix, Arizona, also from North Carolina A&T. 1 ball, 2 strikes, nobody out for Panton. That pitch will miss down low for ball 2. Make it even at 2-2 with nobody on and nobody out. Panton last night went 125, 0 for 4. 2-2 will be swung on and missed for strike 3, putting the first out on the board and bringing up Godfrey. The second strikeout of the game for Tom.
Tyler Godfrey. The second baseman, Godfrey.
We're tied 1-1 in the top of the second. Godfrey stepping in, waving his bat around, now puts it on his left shoulder, and that will be on the outside edge of the strike zone for strike number 1. No balls, 1 strike, 1 out. Tied 1-1. The Spuds have 2 hits, fouled back towards the left just a tiny little bit for strike 2. No balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Godfrey going 0 for 4 last night. Third pitch will miss outside for ball 1. from Rowley, Massachusetts, goes to school at Montana State Billings, home of the Yellow Jackets. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out, nobody on. The pitch swung on into right field. Danielitz will not be able to get there as it bounces in for a base hit. That will go ahead and bring up Calvin Webb off the short blooper into right field, as Webb will step into the right-handed batter's box. One here in the top of the second. First pitch, not going to be existent as a throw over to first. Will not be in time. Godfrey gets back with no problem, and Tom steps back onto the mound. First pitch of this at-bat from Tom to Webb. Once again, over to first. So first pitch is non-existent. I wonder how many times I'm going to have to say that. As Godfrey takes his lead off of first once again. Tom comes set, then deals home. Shagabe will throw down to second, although Godfrey will be in with another successful stolen base for the Bison. One thing about this Gem City Bison team you'll come to realize if you've watched the Bison for any amount of time, they like to go, go, go on the base paths. A legitimate quote from Coach Gansrow. 1-0 the count. 1 ball, no strikes. Here's the pitch as Webb will foul that off, trying to check his swing for strike number 1. 1-1 will be the count with 1 out and Godfrey on second. One ball, 1 strike, 1 out. One's all across the board as a short chopper going to be hit right to the third base coach, Jack DeLongshaw's, stepping in relief, I suppose we could call it, for the pitching coach, John Grigg, who's at a buddy's wedding this week. Wasn't able to join us on this trip, but he will be back for the doubleheader against the Nebraska Prospects on June 8th. 1 ball, 2 strikes as Garrett comes and steps up to second. Time called by Webb at home from Laramie, Wyoming. Goes to school now in South Dakota at Dakota Wesleyan. Steps back into the right-handed batter's box. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out, runner on first. We're tied 1-1 in the top of the second. Here's a pitch from Tom. Swung on and missed for strike 3. Setting Webb down and bringing up the left fielder, Hack. Second strikeout of this inning. 3rd of this game so far for Tom and the Spuds. Hack steps into the batter's box with the runner still on second. Godfrey, after stealing from first to second, after getting on base off of a base hit blooper into right field. First pitch is going to be non-existent. Once again, Tom catching the runner off guard, and we're in a bit of a pickle. Godfrey will run to third, slip on the turf, and will be tagged out by Flynn for the 3rd out of this inning. So Hack will not even get in a pitch in this half inning, and he will come up to bat the next time. So we will head to the bottom of the second here, tied 1-1 between the Gem City Bison and the Canyon County Spuds. We'll be back right after this. Garrett, Quinn, and Shagabe up for the Canyon County Spuds as we head to the bottom of the second here on the Gem City Bison Digital Network, tied 1-1 after both of the runs in this ballgame were pushed across in the first inning. Keith with the first pitch on the outside edge of the strike zone to Gabe Garrett, looking to keep the score at 1-1, at least for the remainder of this bottom of the second inning. Ball miss outside to even things up at 1-1. This bottom of the second inning is brought to you by Premier Bone and Joint Centers and Heartland Embroidery. Pitch will be fouled towards the left for strike 2. Garrett didn't make an appearance in the game between the Bison and the Spuds last night. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Keith deals home, and that'll be hit. It looked like on the handle. Picked up by Godfrey over to Webb on first, and that'll be in for out number 1. So that 4-3 out will bring up Josh Quinn. First appearance for the Spuds this year.
The shortstop, number 26, Joshua
Stepping
Quinn.
in to the batter's box, facing the lefty pitcher. First pitch fouled back for strike 1. No balls, 1 strike, 1 out, nobody on base. Tied 1-1 here in the bottom of the second inning. That one's going to be down the third base line, picked up by Schultz. A long throw, not going to be in time, but excellent stretch up in the arm by Webb to make the catch. However, Quinn will be in for his first base hit of the year. That'll bring up the catcher, Matt Shagabe. Has not played in this series so far as my knowledge goes, which isn't very far. First pitch of this at-bat will be coming up from Keith. Keith comes set. Sends her home as the runner's going to go. That's going to be in there in time for out number 2. Excellent arm shown by Pezzanella for out number 2. So the bases will be cleared, not in the way the Spuds would like it to be. 1 ball, no strikes, with 2 outs on the board. Ball dealt in to even it up at 1 ball and 1 strike. I want to thank everybody for joining us here on the Gem City Bison Digital Network. 1-1 will miss for ball 2. Shagabe standing in the right-handed batter's box with the bat almost straight up and down. Pitch will miss once again for ball 3. Make the count 3 balls, 1 strike with 2 outs after a 4-3 put out and Quinn getting caught stealing. The 3-1 will be in there for strike 2, filling up the count. 3 balls, 2 strikes on what must be the inside corner, the inside edge of the ump. Full count pitch. Going to be swung on, fouled towards the left. Way out of play. And it hits in the top row of the stands. Keeping the count the same. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Keith comes set, ready to deal to Shagabe. Here's the pitch. And that will miss up and in for ball 4. That'll send Shagabe to first base off the walk and bring up the bottom of the order, Chris Burke.
Left fielder number 3, Chase Burke.
excuse me, not Chris. I don't know why I said Chris. I know it's Chase Burke. I know somebody that knows Chase. I apologize for that. First pitch going to be fouled off towards the right for strike one. Has played once in this series so far, coming in as a pinch runner and therefore having to play left field in relief because that's how the rules work. Second pitch going to miss outside for ball one. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. Still tied 1-1 here in the bottom of the second. A runner on first for the Spuds, wearing their home uniforms. That one's going to be lined into left field. Ooh, bounce at the warning track. Shagabe is going to come around third. The throw is going to be off and not in time as the Spuds will take the lead off of the RBI double from Chase Burke, playing in left field for reals this time. Shagabe will come around from first to score the second run for the Spuds, and that'll bring up the leadoff man for the Spuds, Owen Bischoff. Fresh count for Bischoff now. First time he was up, he got on base off of a base hit and came around to score. Burke shuffling around, taking his lead off of second, and a pitch as Pezzanella will slide out to see if he needs to throw down. No throw is necessary, and the count will be 1-0. 2 outs with a runner on second. The Spuds now lead it 2-1 over the Bison. 1-0. Burke's going to go to third, and nobody's on the bag there, so he will be in safe with no problem. Excellent speed showcase from Burke. That will be the first stolen base out of 2 attempts for the Spuds. 1 ball, 1 strike. Keith deals to Bischoff. A big swing and a miss for strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 2 outs with Burke on third, knocking on the door of home plate. One-two count. Keith will deal home. It'll miss out for ball 2. Pezzanella stares down Burke as he retreats back to the bag at third. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. 2's all across the board. 2-1, the Spuds lead it with a runner at third. Here's the pitch. And that'll miss up for ball 3, making the count full at 3-2. Three balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The Spuds potentially down to their last strike of this half inning. Here's the pitch. Swung on and popped over to the right. That'll be out of play. It'll hit on the top of the food truck over in the VIP section. Full count now for Bischoff. Somebody go protect the food. That's the only thing worth protecting. 3-2. I'm kidding. I hope everybody's safe over there. The food is amazing, though. Pre- and post-game meals they've had here. Almost makes you want to play baseball. Well, obviously I want to play baseball, but you know what I mean. 3-2, going to miss outside for ball 4. That'll send a runner to first. So runners will be on the corners after another walk. Second one of the inning for Keith, as Tim Gansrell will come out, have a chat with Ryan Keith on the mound with his infielders. 2-1 is the score. First one coming from the leadoff man, Owen Bischoff, in the top of the first inning, and now here, the bottom of the first inning, and now here in the bottom of the second, Matthew Shagabe got sent in off of a RBI double from Burke, who's now standing at third off of a stolen base.
One of our sponsors who shares a great deal for Spuds fans. Just by being a Spuds fan.
Thank you for joining us here on the Gem City Bison Digital Network, as Ganserel will jog off the mound back to the dugout, giving Keith some encouraging words to try to finish out this inning. After the walk to Bischoff, and he stands at first. Danielitz will step in for the Spuds. Here's the first pitch from Keith. It's going to be lined into left field. That will be fair down the left field line. Burke will come in to score. Bischoff is being waved around third. The throw at the plate will not be in time, and Pezzanella was off the plate anyway for 2 more runs from Canyon County. Another RBI double. As Bischoff will come around from first to score again in each of the first 2 innings. Danielitz standing at second, as Stone will come up to bat for the Bison. Last time he was up, he made it all the way to third off of a double. That's going to be flown into left center field. Hack's going to drop it, and he'll get it back in, but not before Danielitz will come around from second to score 1 more run.
First baseman number 28, Tater Miller.
So 2 RBI doubles caused the Spuds to go up 4-1, and then one of the people that hit the RBI double came around to score off of another RBI double. Miller stepping in now. So the pitch will be low and inside for ball 1. 5-1 now the score. Canyon County up over the Gem City Bison. The 1-0 pitch will be grounded to first, picked up by Webb. He'll get it over to Keith on to first, and that will be the 3rd out of the inning. 4 more runs come across for the Bison in the bottom of the 2nd. We head to the top of the 3rd on the Gem City Bison Digital Network. 5-1. Canyon County leads it. We'll be back right after this. So a little bit of roster confusion here in the top of the third. Justin Ross will come in for the Bison in relief of Cooper Hack, as Derek Wood was getting ready to walk into the box as a quick 2-0 count comes to Ross. But it should have been the 9-hole hitter because Tyler Godfrey was caught stealing for the third out before Hack even got a pitch thrown to him. 2 balls, 1 strike will be the count. And so now they go ahead and send Justin Ross in as a pinch hitter. Not really sure what happened there as another swing and a miss comes across for strike 2. Nevertheless, count is 2-2. The Spuds lead it 5-1 in the top of the third. And we're back to playing some baseball. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Tom sends it in for strike 3. So Ross will strike out as Derek Wood will now finally get his chance. So Derek Wood will step in, the center fielder for the Bison. Last time he was up, he got walked to first base, then stole his way to third where he came in for the only Bison run. That's going to be flown out into left field foul territory. And that will be out number 2. Quick 2 outs will bring up Caleb Salgado. Last time he was up in the first inning, he flew out to left field for the first out of that inning. Salgado stepping in, as I said before, from Sparks, Nevada last night. Went 0 for 1. Just like his total from last night, the count is 0-1. No balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. In the top of the third, the Spuds lead at 5-1. That pitch going to be outside as Shagabe had to slide over to make sure that didn't go past him. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. 1-1, swung on and missed for strike 2 for Salgado. Salgado has been a great asset for this Bison team, coming in when needed, starting when needed. Just been an excellent utility piece for Gem City. The 1-2 will miss, out for the second ball. This top of the third is brought to you by Arrowhead Candy LLC and Michael Luby. The 2-2 pitch will miss narrowly outside for ball 3. Make the count full. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. No runners on base, and the Bison trail it 5-1 in the top of the third after 4 runs were pushed across in the bottom of the second by the Spuds. 3-2, swung on into kind of left center field, and it's going to be brought down by Bischoff, jumping up in the air to make the catch, and that will be the third out. We head to the bottom of the third inning here on the Gem City Bison Digital Network. 5-1, Canyon County leads it over Gem City. When we come back, looks like we'll have a new pitcher. We'll tell you more about him when we come back as well. Patrick Richardson comes in for your Gem City Bison on the mound in relief for Ryan Keith, going the first 2 innings of this ball game. The Spuds lead it 5-1 as we head to the bottom of the third. Patrick Flynn steps into the batter's box for the Spuds. First pitch of this half inning from Richardson will be in there for strike 1. Richardson making his second appearance in this series. First one, if I do remember correctly, was just maybe an inning and some change in the 18-0 routing earlier this week. 1-1 going to be the count to Flynn, who last time was up. He flew out to center field to end the first inning. The 1-1 pitch will hit the outside edge of the strike zone for strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes, no outs, nobody on base. The 1-2 from Richardson will miss for ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes as we even up the count. This bottom of the third inning brought to you by Kevin Evans and Motive Coffee Company. Thank you to all of our sponsors as a 2-2 comes across and hits the handle down the first base line, picked up by Richardson barehanded and tagged out while running down to first. So the unassisted putout will bring up Gabe Garrett for the Spuds. Stepping in, 1 out. For the Spuds and Garrett. First pitch of this at-bat, swung backwards. Not swung backwards. Swung on and fouled backwards for strike 1. Oh, 1 pitch. Will miss. Just outside the strike zone on the outside edge for ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. 1-1 fouled straight back into the backstop for strike 2. Make the count 1-2 with 1 out and nobody on base for the Spuds. Richardson coming from the University of Arizona. A fairly new addition to this Gem City Bison team in their inaugural season. So that one's going to go ahead and hit Garrett right in the left thigh, it looked like to me. So he will head down to first. Off the hit by a pitch. Josh Quinn steps up to the bat.
The shortstop, number 26.
Playing shortstop today for the Spuds. 1 out, runner on first now after the hit by pitch. As a coach from the Spuds comes out to talk to Garrett, make sure everything is all right.
$1 hot dog, $1 10-barrel brewing above beer, and $1 Pepsi product. Tomorrow, folks, we're trying to set an
1 out
attendance record tomorrow, trying to sell this
with
place
Garrett
out.
on first as of now, and it looks like it will stay that way as both the first base coach and third base coach come over to talk to him. So Josh Quinn will finally step into the batter's box. First pitch of this at-bat coming from Richardson. Dealt home, and that'll miss low and outside for ball 1. Once again, would like to thank everybody for joining us on the Gem City Bison Digital Network, and thank you to all of our sponsors and everybody who is given any sort of money amount to the Bison. I was going to miss outside for ball 2 as well. Earlier in this game, Josh Quinn singled to get on base and then was caught stealing for the second out of the bottom of the second inning. The 2-0 pitch will miss down and out for ball 3, putting Quinn in an exceptional position if we're looking in terms of ball strike count. 3 balls, no strikes, with 1 out and a runner on first. Here's the pitch from Richardson, and that will be right in the center of Pezzanella's chest for strike 1. 3 ball, 1 strikes. I said that so backwards. 3 balls, 1 strike. Got my plural and non-plural. 3-1 will miss up and out for ball 4. That'll send Garrett to second base and Quinn to first off the walk. That'll bring up the catcher, Matthew Shagabe. Only 1 out for Shagabe and the Spuds with runners on first and second. First pitch will be in there for strike 1. No problem with that. 5-1, the Spuds lead it over the Bison in the bottom of the third. The pitch will miss down low into the turf for ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out here at Wolf Field. Even though it was a bit more chilly earlier today, it's kind of turned out into a very nice evening up in Caldwell, Idaho. 1-1 pitch from Richardson. Here it is. And that'll miss low and out once again for ball 2. Two balls, 1 strike, 1 out, with runners on first and second for the Spuds. The 2-1 will hit inside the right-sided strike zone, the outside part of the strike zone for the second strike. 2 balls, 2 strikes, runner on first and second. Richardson peers into Pezzanella. Now comes set. He deals home. Runner's going to go from second to third, throw down to third. Not going to be in time, and it's going to get away into left field. Garrett will come across to score off the stolen base, an errant throw. Quinn will go ahead and make it to third all the way from first. 3 balls, 2 strikes now. As another run comes across to score for the Spuds. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Richardson comes set, deals in for strike 3. That'll bring up out number 2 and his first strikeout of the day. First strikeout of the day for the whole entire team. As that'll bring up Chase Burke.
Chase Burke.
He's already had success at the plate. First pitch coming from Richardson. That'll be in for first pitch, strike 1. Chase Burke got an RBI double in the bottom of the second, and then came around to score after stealing from second to third for 1 of the 4 runs that came across. Second pitch will miss for Ball one. 1 ball, 1 strike. Here's the pitch from Richardson. That'll be swung on for strike 2. One to the count. Canyon County leads it 6-1 in the bottom of the 3rd. The pitch will hit the turf. Excellent movement and awareness by Pezzanella to make sure the ball doesn't get past him. That'll even up the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. The pitch swung on and missed for strike 3, making it the 2nd strikeout in a row and 2nd for the team. We head to the top of the 4th here on the Gem City Bison Digital Network. The Spuds lead at 6-1 here on the Gem City Bison Digital Network. Luke Bannister steps in for your Gem City Bison here in the top of the 4th inning. The Bison trail at 6-1 as Bannister first pitch swinging will be gobbled up by Garrett and over to Miller on first for a quick first pitch, first swing, first out. So that will bring up Nico Pezzanella.
The catcher, Pezzanella.
For the Bison. Still trailing 6-1 after 4 runs were pushed across in the bottom of the 2nd. First pitch will miss for ball 1. One 0 count. That will be in there for strike 1. Evening up the count at 1-1. Pezzanella earlier on in this game got walked to first and then stole to second, where he got faked out by Tom and was ultimately thrown out at second. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. Tom deals, and that'll be fouled towards the left. Keep the count the same. One, two, the count. Nobody on base. 1 out for the Bison. Here's the pitch. That will miss down for ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Tom sends home. That'll miss outside for ball 3 as Shagabe had to reach out. Obviously had to reach out, but had to extend his arm towards the left. 3-2 the count is full, and that's going to be a check swing, fouled towards the left, picked up by the ball boy, and that will keep the count the same. 3 balls and 2 strikes. The 3-2 pitch coming from Tom. Here it is, and that will miss outside for ball 4. Sending Pezzanella to first base off of a walk for the second time today, and that'll bring up Keegan Schultz. Excuse me.
Third baseman, Schultz.
Once again, last night went 1 for 4 with 1 strikeout. The Spuds lead at 6-1 in the top of the 4th. Pickoff attempt over to first. Pezzanella gets back in time. Tom knows Pezzanella has the speed. Most of the time, it's just whether or not he can get on base. Tom comes set. Peers over his shoulder to first. Deals home and in for strike 1. No balls, 1 strike, runner on first. For the Spuds. 0-1 pitch from Tom. Deals home, and that'll be fouled towards the right and caught right over Coach Gansrow by owner/coach for this week, Aaron Nielsen. No balls, 2 strikes, 1 out with a runner on first for the Bison. Pickoff attempt over to first. Pezzanella once again diving back safely. So the count will remain at 0-2. Schultz, earlier on in this game, struck out in the first inning, ending that particular inning. The 0-2 will miss out for ball 1. One ball, 2 strikes, 1 out with the runner on first. Here's the pitch, and that'll be swung on down the third base line. Nice diving stop from Flynn. He'll get it to Miller on first for out number 2. Excellent throw from Flynn to Miller to get the second out of the inning.
Shortstop number 6, Justice Panton.
So that'll bring up Justice Panton. 2 outs, runner on second. Excuse me, a runner on second. (6-1), Canyon County leads it by 5 in the top of the 4th. First pitch will be outside for ball 1 as they check Pezzanella at second. Panton earlier on in this game struck out for the first out in the second inning. (1-0) count. Tom looks back at second. Big leg kick and deals it in there. Low and inside for ball 2. Two balls, no strikes. With the runner at second. Tom, big breath, comes set, looks back at second, now looks home, deals home, once again missing low and inside, virtually the same spot for ball number 3. Panton now in an excellent hitter's count. This top of the 4th brought to you by Chili's and the Blue Mountain Bookstore. The 3-0 dealt in for strike 1. That'll make the count 3 balls and 1 strike. To the shortstop for the Bison this evening. Three-one count, 2 outs, runner on second. Here's the pitch, and that will once again miss low and inside. More so inside for a walk. So Panton will make it on base with the second walk of this inning, as a coach will come and take the ball out of Tom's hand. A new pitcher will be coming in for the Spuds. We'll tell you more about it when we come back here on the Gem City Bison Digital Network. The Spuds lead at 6-1 in the top of the 4th. Once again, new pitcher when we come back. A new pitcher taking the mound here in Caldwell for the Canyon County Spuds. Number 16, Clay Rickerman. First pitch going to be swung on a comebacker for the first out of the inning. The amount of swag coming from this guy. Throws the ball behind him after he gets the 3rd out. We head to the bottom of the 4th here on the Gem City Bison Digital Network. The Spuds lead at 6-1 here in Caldwell. Owen Bischoff set to lead things off here in the bottom of the 4th inning. The Canyon County Spuds lead at 6-1 over the Gem City Bison. Bischoff steps in. Richardson at the dish. First pitch will miss out and low for ball 1. This bottom of the 4th inning brought to you by Quality IV Care and H&R Block, Polk Country in the Black, Tax Services LLC. The 1-0 pitch will miss up and in for ball 2. Taking a look at our local scoreboard earlier on today, the Laramie Rangers beat the Miles City Mavericks from Montana 7-6. The Gillette Rough Riders beat the Fremont from Nebraska 3-1. It's a 2-0 pitch. Comes across for ball 3. The Cheyenne Sixers also beat the Miles City Mavericks 10-0. And the Cheyenne Sixers beat the Fargo Stars from my home state, North Dakota, 8-0. Also happening at the Roy Peck Wood Bat Invite as a 3-0 will miss for ball 4, sending Bischoff over to first for his second walk of the day. That'll bring up Danielewicz, Lucas Danielewicz. Happening at the Roy Peck Wood Bat Invite, the Riverton Raiders beat the Rollins Generals 17-1, and at 1 the Lovell Mustangs were supposed to be playing the Rollins Generals. As a pitch will come across, throw down to second will not be in time, so Bischoff will have the stolen bag. And first pitch will come across for a ball. And the post-24 third annual coronavirus tournament in Rock Springs, the Wheatland Lobos, are taking on the Evanston Outlaws, a doubleheader, beginning at 5. The 1-0 pitch will be swung on and fouled back and towards the right for strike 1. As I mentioned earlier in the broadcast, Badlands Big Sticks playing the Casper Horseheads. The Hastings Sodbusters taking on the Nebraska Prospects. The North Platte Plainsmen facing off against the Western Nebraska Pioneers, and the Fremont Moo hosting the Spearfish Sasquatch. 1-1 the count as Richardson will step back off. Bischoff will go back to the second base bag. He'll now step back on for the 1-1 pitch. Here it is. That's going to be in there for strike 2. As Bischoff go ahead and steals the other bag. Last time Danielewicz was up, he had an RBI double that got Bischoff in to score. Time before that, in the first inning, he flew out to the second baseman. That's going to be a base hit into center field to advance the score 7-1. Bischoff will come in to score his 3rd run of the game. Tyler Stone comes up to bat now for the Canyon County Spuds. 13 for 25 now. No, that would be 15 of 25 now. Doing the math in my head. Richardson steps off and has Danielewicz slide back into the first base bag. Earlier on today, Tyler Stone has had 2 doubles already. 2 RBI doubles, I should say. First pitch of this at-bat. It'll be in for strike 1. On the count. Richardson comes set. Runner's going to go, throw down to second. Will be in time, but Panting can't get the tag down in time. So the count will be 1-1 as Danielewicz take second base. One ball, one strike. As Stone steps back in, as does Richardson for the 1-1 pitch. Richardson comes set, sends it to Chopper to Webb at first, gets the unassisted put out, checks for the runner at third. And that will be the first out of this bottom of the fourth. The Spuds still lead it 7-1 as Tyler Miller steps up to bat. Danielitz will advance to third. Miller last night was 1 for 4. And is what I am presuming his first appearance for the Spuds. Richardson deals home, and it'll be down in the turf for ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes, 1 out with a runner on third. 1 run already coming across the score off the feet of Bischoff, who's scored 3 of the 7 runs. That's going to be lined into center field. Wood will get the ball into Webb, who gets the cutoff in the middle of the infield. But Danielitz will come in to score off the sacrifice fly to center field for out number 2. Peyton Flynn will come up to bat now, batting 5 for 13 heading into tonight with an average of .385, 4 runs, 2 doubles, and 5 RBIs. I'll save the rest for later in this at-bat if we get there. First pitch will miss outside for ball 1. The 1-0 pitch from Richardson will barely miss the corner, the outside down corner of the strike zone. Make sure I'm being as descriptive as possible. 2-0 pitch from Richardson will be fouled off towards the left for strike 1. Two on the count, 2 outs with nobody on base anymore. Here's the 2-1 pitch dealt from Richardson, and that'll be fouled kind of, sort of ish. I'm going to go ahead and call it straight back for strike 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs with 2s all across the board. 7-1, the Spuds lead it in the bottom of the 4th with nobody on base. 2-2. Swung on and missed for strike 3. Flynn wasn't very happy with himself on that one. And that'll send us to the top of the 5th here on the Gem City Bison Digital Network. We'll be back right after this here in Caldwell. Calvin Webb steps in for the Gem City Bison, trailing the Canyon County Spuds in the top of the 5th. 8-1. My bad. Let me put that run up there. So that first pitch going to be in there for strike one from Rickerman. After getting a first pitch swinging comebacker straight to him, catching it in the air and throwing it behind himself. I'm honestly probably never going to forget that play. Second pitch comes across for ball one. As Calvin Webb steps in, that'll miss for ball two. Earlier on today, he's struck out in the second inning. Two-one the count, as that pitch will be in there for strike two. 2 balls, 2 strikes. No one out, as this is the leadoff man, and no one on base, since this is the leadoff man. This top of the 5th inning brought to you by Smith Beverages and Les Schwab Tires, home of the best tire value promise. The 2-2 swung on and missed. A throw down to first to ensure it. Going to be a little high, but nothing Miller can't handle. So that will be out number 1. That will bring up Justin Ross, who came in as a pinch hitter for Cooper Hack. 1 out for him, nobody on base. Getting ready for the first pitch of this at-bat. Be swung on and missed for strike 1. The 0-1 pitch, Rickerman sends that in and once again swung on for strike 2. Lots of things going on the regional scoreboard. The NLL Finals, the National Lacrosse League Finals. The Buffalo Bandits taking on the Colorado Mammoth tonight in Game 1. In Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Playoff Western Conference Finals, as that one's going to be swung on for strike 3. So the second strikeout of the inning will bring us back to the top with Derek Wood. The Edmonton Oilers facing the Colorado Avalanche in Game 3 of the Western Conference Finals in the Stanley Cup playoffs. As well, the Colorado Rockies debuting their City Connect uniforms tonight versus the Atlanta Braves. That game should have started at about 7:10 in Denver at Coors Field. That pitch will be swung on and missed for strike 1. No balls, 1 strike, 2 outs with nobody on base for Wood, as he'll be swinging a miss for strike 2. Wood and the Bison down to their last strike of this inning. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Nobody on base. 8-1 the score. Canyon County up over the Bison. Ball going to miss outside for ball 1. Make the count 1-2. Rickerman peers in, shaking his head. Finds the pitch he likes. Comes set. And deals home. That's going to be swung on and missed for the 3rd strikeout of this inning. 1-2-3 inning as we head to the bottom of the 5th here on the Gem City Bison Digital Network. First pitch going to be a ball up for ball one from Richardson to Gabe Garrett, stepping in, the second baseman for the Spuds. Second pitch going to be swung on, foul for ball one to even it up at 1-1. This bottom of the fifth inning on the Gem City Bison Digital Network, brought to you by Blodorn Lumber Company and Ivinson Memorial Hospital. 8-1, the Canyon County Spuds lead it. The 1-1 pitch from Richardson going to be swung on and fouled backwards to make the count 1-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes, and nobody out so far, and nobody on. Garrett, earlier on this game, he grounded out to second base. And then he got hit by a pitch in the next inning, as that's going to be flown out to right field. Salgado making chase and will bring it down for out number 1. We'll go ahead and bring up Josh Quinn, the shortstop, making his Spuds debut.
Joshua Quinn.
So 1 out, nobody on base. First pitch from Richardson will be in there for strike 1 looking. Now no balls, 1 strike. With that, 1 out. The 0-1 from Richardson this time will be swung on, for strike 2. Two pitches, 2 strikes for Quinn, who has singled and been walked today. That ball will come across for ball 1. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out, nobody on base. Richardson sends it, and that's going to be hit on the handle. Picked up by Schultz. He'll get it over to Webb in time for out number 2. That 5-3 put out will bring up the catcher, Matthew Shagabe, wearing number 8.
Matthew Shagabe.
2 outs, nobody on base for Shagabe and the Spuds. First pitch from Richardson will come across the plate a little bit high for ball 1. So again, want to thank all of our sponsors and everybody making this possible for us. I'm having the best summer of my life, to be honest. 1-0 pitch in there for strike 1. I mean, who wouldn't be having the best summer of their life spending 5 days in Caldwell, Idaho? 1-1 is the pitch. Is the count, Here's the pitch. And that will miss low and inside for ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs with nobody on base. The Spuds lead it 8-1 in the bottom of the 5th. Richardson getting the sign from Pezzanella. Now comes set into his windup, and the pitch lined into left field. Ross lays out, can't get a catch on it, and throws it in. Panton will get it and get it to Webb. A passed ball past Webb will get him to advance to second. So the single, or what I'm going to call an error, to be honest.
Left fielder number 3, Chase Burke.
Will get him all the way to second after the throw, the errant throw, from short to first. That will bring up Chase Burke.
Okay, but how about them abs, baby?
2 outs. So that pitch will be inside for ball 1. I'm sure you could have heard our graphic designer and photographer, I suppose I could call you too, Joel Johnson, a fellow Avalanche fan, giving you a sneak peek to what I was going to say a little bit later. 1-0 pitch. Richardson looking back at second as the runner dances around a bit. That pitch will miss for ball 2. Two balls, no strikes, 2 outs with a runner on second. Burke at the plate. Pitch will miss once again for ball 3. Pair that with no strikes and you've got a hitter's count. 3-0 is that count, 2 down. Richardson comes set. Looks back and forth between second and home. Fires home, and that will miss for ball 4, sending him to first base on the walk. That'll bring us back to the top of the order. Owen Bischoff, who's scored 3 runs this game. 2 outs with runners on first and second for Bischoff. Richardson steps off, forcing Shagabe and Burke to go back to their respective bags at second and first. The first pitch upcoming from Richardson. Here it is. That'll be swung on and chopped foul for strike 1. So far today, Bischoff has walked twice and singled in the first inning, and has scored 3 of the 8 runs on the board, only having 1 of the 8 hits, however. 0-1 pitch will miss for ball 1. Pezzanello will scramble to get the ball back to Richardson as everybody resets for the 1-1 pitch. 2 outs with runners on first and second. The 1-1 from Richardson will be low and out for strike 1. Excuse me, 2. I get confused with numbers. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs with runners on first and second. 8-1, the Spuds lead it over the Bison in the bottom of the 5th. The pitch from Richardson will be swung on and missed for strike 3. That'll be out number 3 of the bottom of the 5th inning. We head to the top of the 6th here on the Gem City Bison Digital Network. 8-1, the Spuds lead it over the Bison. We'll be back right after this. Got a new arm on the mound for the Canyon County Spuds. Number 29, Cade Castillo, stepping in for Canyon County in relief of Rickerman. We await his first pitch, first appearance for the Spuds. A side armor for strike one. Just from seeing him up here, I can tell he has excellent velocity on those throws. The 0-1 pitch, Salgado stepping in. There's the 0-1, and that will miss inside for ball one. So far today, Salgado has flown out twice, one to left and one to center. 1-1 pitch will be fouled off of the handle for strike two. Let's top the sixth inning, brought to you by Marky's Meat Market and Montez the Mudman. The 1-2 will miss up high near Salgado's face for strike two, evening up the count at 2-2. The 2-2 pitch coming from Castillo. That'll be swung on and hit straight to Garrett, who'll get it to Miller for out number one.
Designated hitter number 10, Luke Bannister.
So that'll bring up Luke Bannister playing DH today. Stepping in with one out and nobody on base for this Bison team. First pitch swung on, a little short chopper. Castillo gets it over to Miller on first, and another quick out. Another quick 2 outs, I should say.
Check that. The catcher, number 26, Nico Pezzanella.
As that's going to bring up Nico Pezzanella. First pitch upcoming from Castillo. Pezzanella facing 2 outs with nobody on base. First pitch will be in there on the outside edge for strike one. Taking a look at the national scoreboard today, the NCAA Division I baseball regionals continue. Not going to list all of them. In NCAA Division I softball for the Women's College World Series, as that pitch will miss on the outside corner for strike two. The Oklahoma Sooners knocked out the Texas Longhorns earlier today, 7-1. The Florida Gators and the Oklahoma State Cowboys should be done by now. And the MLS, Real Salt Lake, taking on the Vancouver Whitecaps, as that pitch will miss outside for ball one. In the MLB, the Chicago Cubs taking on the St. Louis Cardinals. The Philadelphia Phillies taking on the Los Angeles Angels. Both of them were on Fox starting at 5:15. And as I mentioned before, in NHL hockey, the Edmonton Oilers hosting the Colorado Avalanche in Game 3 of the Western Conference Finals of the Stanley Cup playoffs. That pitch will miss outside for ball two. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs. We'll update you on any scores we have coming up in the next couple innings here on the Gem City Bison Digital Network. The 2-2 will be swung on into left field foul territory by Pezzanella. So far today, Pezzanella has walked twice and made it to second both times before getting left on and stranded. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, nobody on base. The 2-2 pitch coming from Castillo. Time called by Pezzanella. He'll step out the box. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Here's the pitch. Swung on towards the left side backwards. Count will remain the same at 2-2. Two pitch will miss outside for ball 3. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Full count pitch will miss out for ball 4, sending Pezzanella to first.
Number 21, Keegan Schultz. Third baseman, Schultz.
For the 3rd time today with his 3rd walk. Keegan Schultz will step up to bat now, the 3rd baseman for the Bison with 2 outs and a runner on first. Trailing 8-1 versus the Canyon County Spuds. First pitch right down the middle. Check swing was swung on, they're going to say. 0-1 is the count. 2 outs, runner on first. Here's the pitch that'll miss outside. A throw out really, as Pezzanella will be in there in time off the stolen base. So Pezzanella will be in at second with 2 outs, and Schultz at the plate with a 1-1 count. Castillo looks into Shagabe. Looks back at second, now back at home. Here's the pitch, and that's in there for strike 2. One ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Pezzanella at second. Here's the pitch. It'll be fouled back straight into the Bison dugout. If I'm remembering the dugout correctly, probably exactly where the water coolers are. Count will remain the same. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. With Pezzanella on second. One-two from Castillo will miss out for ball 2, evening up things at 2-2. The 2-2 pitch upcoming. Time called by Schultz as he steps out. Castillo was taking a bit too long for his liking. The Texas Cowboy steps back into the box, puts the bat over his shoulder once again. Two-two. Swung on straight up the middle. Pezzanella's going to come around. Play's going to be at home, and the ball's going to be up high. And Schultz will be into second for an RBI double. This game's been full of those. As Pezzanella will come in to score. The score now 8-2. Gem City Bison trailing the Canyon County Spuds. And that'll bring up Justice Panton.
If Justice Panton strikes out, guess what? Beer's half price next bottom inning.
2 outs with Schultz at second.
8% off beer.
Panton steps in and lines his bat up. First pitch will be outside as Shagabe makes sure that Schultz doesn't try to steal a bag. 1-0 the count. Here's the pitch. Swung on into left field. Panton will get a base hit. Schultz is being waved around by third base coach, and he'll be in there no problem. Panton's going to go ahead and stay at second, so the second RBI double in a row and a second run scored in a row to narrow the lead from 8-2 to 8-3.
Second baseman number 7, Tyler Godfrey.
Tyler Godfrey will step in now
Godfrey.
for the Bison with 2 outs and a runner at second. Coach going to come out to the mound to have a talk with Castillo and the entire infield. This is the 4th game of this 5-game set. Tomorrow, the game was originally scheduled for 5 o'clock, but will be moved up to 1 o'clock for weather purposes so that we don't get rained out. Also, it'll help us a bit with the 10-hour trek back. So we won't be getting home around 7 in the morning. More like 3 in the morning. Which is about when I go to bed anyway, so we'll be all fine. Everybody's back to their positions as Godfrey looks to step in. Two outs, a runner on second. First pitch from Castillo will miss out for ball 1. So far today, Godfrey is lined out back to 1. Not to 1, to the pitcher. I was looking at the number. He also has a base hit happening in the second inning. Second pitch will miss also for ball 2. Eight to 3 is the score after 2 runs have been pushed across for the Bison. 2 balls, no strikes, 2 outs, with Panton at second. The pitch swung on and missed by Godfrey for strike 1. Godfrey last night was 0 for 4. He's already bettering what he did last night. That pitch will miss barely outside the strike zone for ball 3. 3 balls, 1 strike as Godfrey steps in once again. 2 outs with a runner at second. That pitch will be in there for strike 2, filling up the count. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The runner on second. 8 to 3 is the score. The Spuds lead it here in the top of the 6th. "3-2" will miss out for ball 4, and Godfrey will go walking. The second walk of this inning by Castillo. That'll bring up the first baseman, Calvin Webb, the hometown kid from Laramie.
First baseman, Webb.
Having a small chat with the third base coach. First pitch upcoming from Castillo to Webb. Two outs, as that's going to be inside for ball 1. 1-0 count to Webb. Last night went 0 for 3 with a walk and a strikeout. Today he has 2 strikeouts. The 1-0 pitch fouled backwards for strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. The 1-1 pitch coming from Castillo. It's going to be just high for ball 2. Two-one with 2 outs and a runner on second. Webb holds his swing, but it will be a strike anyway, as it came across the plate within the specified zone. That'll even things up at 2-2, with another 2 added onto that with 2 outs and 2 runners on base. Panton's going to go. It's going to be swung into left field. It's going to drop for a base hit. Panton's going to come around to score. Godfrey into second and Webb into first. So nice RBI single for Webb to get his first hit of the day. 8-4.
Left fielder, number 13, Justin Ross.
Totaling what would be the Spuds score in half. 8-4 is now the score here in the top of the 6th. First pitch of this at-bat will be inside for ball 1. Justin Ross stepping in also. Has struck out twice today. One ball, no strikes, 2 outs, and runners on first and second. Time called by Ross. Maybe to just shake a couple things off. The 1-0 pitch upcoming. Ross from Grantsville, Utah. Pitch will miss just high for ball 2. Goes to Williston State College in my home state of North Dakota, where I also go to college, not too far away from Williston at Minot State. 2 balls, no strikes. That will find the strike zone for strike 1. 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs with a runner on first and second last night. Justin was 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts. 2-1 will be fouled back to even things up at 2-2. Once again, I'm going to spew off a few things. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, and 2 runners on base. With Ross at the plate. The 2-2 from Castillo. Here it is. That'll be up for ball 3, as the runners are going to go ahead and advance after getting very good jumps. Godfrey will be in at third and Webb at second. And Ross has a full count. The 3-2 will be swung on and missed for strike 3. They'll leave 2 runners stranded, but they push across 3 runs to shorten the gap. 8-4 is the score. Canyon County leads it. We head to the bottom of the 6th here on the Gem City Bison Digital Network. Lucas Danielitz steps in for the Spuds as Richardson sends one across the plate. A little bit up high, though, for ball one as we head to the bottom of the sixth. The score 8-4. Canyon County up over Gem City. Second pitch will miss also for ball two. This bottom of the sixth inning brought to you by Liggett Transport and Crane and Gardner's Pest Control. Another ball will fly by Danielitz. As he'll take that one as well for ball four. Taking a look at the scoreboard updates. The Rockies are currently tied with the Braves 1-1 in the top of the eighth with 2 outs. As you may have heard earlier from our graphic design guy, Joel Johnson, the Avalanche won Game 3, taking a 3-0 series lead in the Western Conference Finals versus the Oilers 4-2. The final score on that one. That pitch will fly by for ball one. Also, just looking at the NCAA Division I baseball regionals, Virginia Tech currently has a lead of 24-4 over Columbia. Just thought I'd throw that out there. That's a bit of a wacky score. The 1-0 pitch will miss for ball two as Danielitz will advance to second. Two balls, no strikes. Is the count. A runner at second with no outs for the Spuds and Stone. Pitch will be in there for strike one. Happy to have you along with us here on the Gem City Bison Digital Network today for this game between the Canyon County Spuds and the Gem City Bison. Currently 8-4 in the bottom of the sixth. As Richardson's going to step off. Staring down Danielitz, making sure he goes back to second. Two-1 is the score. Richardson looks back to second. Deals home. That will miss for ball three. Also looking at the Roy Peck Wood Bat invite in Riverton, Lovell beat Green River 7-4. As I mentioned earlier today, the Laramie Rangers beating Miles City in 8 innings, 7-6 on a walk-off balk of all things. 3-2 the count. The 3-2 pitch coming from Richardson. It's going to be swung on into right center field. Danielitz will come around to score. That'll make the score 9-4. It's the RBI single from Stone. Will make that the score, and that will bring up Tyler Miller.
Tyler Miller!
Still no outs for Miller with a runner on first after that RBI single from Stone. Richardson comes set and fires home for the first pitch. That'll miss outside for ball one. One ball, no strikes, no outs with a runner on first. Richardson deals home, and that'll be popped up into the shallow infield. Webb calls for it. 2 hands on the glove and has no problem getting the first out of the inning.
Third baseman number 10, Peyton Flynn.
That will bring up Peyton Flynn, third baseman. First pitch will go past Pezzanella. He'll run back and get it, throwing his mask back towards home plate. As Stone will advance. Start off this at-bat with a 1-0 count. One ball, no strikes, 1 out. Here in the bottom of the 6th. 9-4 is the score. 1-0 fouled back by Flynn for strike 1. One ball, 1 strike, 1 out with a runner at second. Here's the pitch from Richardson. That will miss for ball 2. Two-one, the count. 9-4 the score. Here's the pitch, and that'll miss up for ball 3. 3 balls, 1 strike, 1 out. With a runner at second here in the bottom of the 6th inning. The 3-1 pitch from Richardson. Swung on into right field. Salgado tracking it. He's under it and he'll bring it down. Stone will tag up and make it to third. So that will bring up Gabe Garrett, playing second base today.
Second baseman number 15.
With Stone knocking on the doorstep with 1 run already being pushed across in this half inning. 9-4 the score. Canyon County up over the Gem City Bison. The pitch will be inside for ball 1. The 0-1 will once again will miss for 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs with a runner on third. The 1-1 pitch will miss down for ball 2. Two balls, 1 strike. Here's the pitch from Richardson, and that'll be swung on, lined into right field. Salgado has no problem, and that will be the end of it. 1 run pushed across here in the bottom of the 6th inning. 9-4 the score here on the Gem City Bison Digital Network. We head to the top of the 7th here on the Gem City Bison Digital Network. Welcome back, everybody, to the Gem City Bison Digital Network. 9-4 the score. As the pitch will be swung on and fouled off towards the left for strike one. (9-4) the score. 1 ball, 1 strike. That'll be swung on towards the left, fouled off for strike two. Wood, so far today, has flown out once, struck out once, and has walked once. 2-2 the count now. Wood from Reedley, California. 2 balls, 2 strikes, no outs. Castillo deals, and that will miss outside for ball 3, making the count full. 3 balls, 2 strikes, and a walk or knock situation for Wood. 3-2, fouled off towards the left. The count will remain the same. Full count, 3 balls, 2 strikes. Castillo will miss outside for ball 4, sending Wood walking for the second time today.
Right fielder, number 4.
And that will bring up Caleb Salgado.
Right fielder, Salgado.
Salgado last night, 0 for 1. From Sparks, Nevada. Wood at first, no outs. Bunt shown. Salgado will bunt it foul for strike 1. Salgado with his excellent speed down the first base line. Definitely has the speed to pull off a bunt single. Bannister on deck, hands Salgado his stick and looks to step back in. No balls, 1 strike, no outs, with a runner at first. Wood's going to go, and he has an excellent, excellent jump. And he'll be in for his second stolen base of the day. The ball at the plate will miss for ball 1 and even up the count at 1-1. One and 1 count. Castillo looks back at second, then to home, fires home. And that will miss for ball 2. Two balls, 1 strike, nobody out. The runner at second. Salgado in the box. Dealt home, swung on, fouled back for strike 2. That'll even things up at 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes with a runner at second. (2-2). Castillo deals, and that'll hit Salgado right on the side and send him to first. That will bring up Luke Bannister, designated hitter. He'll step in to the right-handed batter's box. Last night was 1 for 3 with the 1 RBI and a walk. They're going to go ahead and take Castillo out. There will be a new pitcher on the mound when we come back on the Gem City Bison Digital Network. 9-4 the score. Gem City trails it against the Canyon County Spuds. Like I said, we'll learn more about this new pitcher when we come back. New pitcher on the mound for the Spuds, going to be number 23, Kyle Powers. In, looking to protect. No outs with runners on first and second. Luke Bannister up to bat for the Bison as they trail at 9-4. First pitch will be in there for strike one. Salgado on first from a hit by pitch, and Derek Wood on first from a walk. On second, excuse me, from a walk and then a stolen base. The 0-1 coming from Powers. That will miss out for ball one, barely outside the strike zone. 1 ball, 1 strike. Here in the top of the 7th. Runners on second and first. No outs. The 1-1. That will be picked up, but not before Wood can show off his speed once again and make it to third. So we'll have runners on the corners for Bannister in a 2-1 count. taking on Kyle Powers, the new pitcher for the Spuds. Two balls, one strike. That'll miss for ball 3, putting Bannister in an excellent hitter's count, 3-1. Once again, runners on the corners. 3 balls, 1 strike. 9-4. The Spuds lead it over the Bison. (3-1). Runner's going to go. Salgado will have to go back to first, however, as that pitch was fouled off, filling up the count at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Bannister looks at his barrel, lines it up, and steps back in. Swings his bat around. Lots of times, puts it over his shoulder. Here's Powers, and that'll miss for ball 4. Walking the bases loaded, as opposed to walking with the bases loaded. There's a difference. 9-4 the score. Bases loaded. Coming up for Nico Pezzanella. No outs. And all runners on all 3 bases for Pezzanella with a fresh count. First pitch from Powers will be up for ball 1. One ball, no strikes, no outs with runners on first, second, and third. That's Bannister, Salgado, and Wood, respectively. The pitch swung on and missed for strike 1. That added a little bit of heat to it, evening up things at 1 ball and 1 strike. Here's the 1-1. The pitch will miss out for ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike, nobody out with runners loaded. (2-1) the count. Powers comes set, looks back at second, deals home. That's going to be fouled towards the left for strike 2, making things even at 2-2 for Pezzanella and the Bison. Pezzanella has scored a run today. Been walked each of his previous 3 at-bats. 2 balls, 2 strikes. As he steps back into the left-handed batter's box, ready to do some damage with the bases loaded. 2-2 will miss outside for ball 3, loading up the count once again with 3 balls and 2 strikes. Powers looks in, now comes set. Takes a deep breath. Here's the 3-2, and that will miss outside for ball 4, walking a run in. Now that would be an example of walking with the bases loaded. Wood comes across to score another run for the Bison as the infield, well, the middle infielders and the pitcher get together. Salgado will move to third and Bannister to second, with Pezzanella making room for Pezzanella at first. Schultz steps in now, the Texas Cowboy, watches the first one go by and inside for ball 1. 1-0 the count, no outs with the bases still loaded. Here's the pitch from Powers. That'll be fouled off towards the backstop to even things up at 1-1. Last time Schultz was up, he grounded to third base. And the first time in the first inning, he struck out. No, excuse me, the last time Schultz was up, he got a double. My bad on that one. 1-1 the count, nobody out. Everybody on base. That'll miss. Near the tall righty's face for ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike. No outs. Here's the 2-1 pitch. That'll miss up once again for ball 3. Three balls, 1 strike here in the top of the 7th with no outs and runners on each of the 3 bases. 3-1. Pitch will be fouled back for strike 2. It's just on the right side of your screen. You can see a little bit of the smoke coming from the food truck area. Full count now for Schultz and the Bison. The 3-2 will miss up high for ball 4. Once again, walking a run in. 9-6 is the score with nobody out. Pezzanella will advance to second. Bannister to third. Salgado will walk in, making it on base by a hit by pitch. As the coach going to come out and take the ball from Powers' hands. We'll have another new pitcher for the Spuds when we come back on the Gem City Bison Digital Network. 9-6 is the score. Was just checking with everybody else. We'll be back here on the Gem City Bison Digital Network right after this. Logan Reitmeyer will come in for the Canyon County Spuds on the mound. 9-6 is the score. Bases loaded, no outs here in the top of the 7th. Justice Panton up to bat. As a time is called by Shagabe. Having a little chat at the mound. Want to thank everybody for tuning in here on the Gem City Bison Digital Network. Want to thank our sponsors. First pitch of this at-bat upcoming from Reitmeyer. Here it is. That'll be in there for strike one, a really nice pitch. This top of the 7th inning is brought to you by Cook and Associates PC and Kia of Cheyenne. 0-1 count to Panton. Here's the pitch from Reitmeyer. Right in there for the second strike. 0-2 is the count. No balls, 2 strikes, no outs with runners on all 3 bases. The 0-2 will miss low for ball 1. Make the count 1 ball, 2 strikes, no outs. So far today, Panton has struck out, walked, and doubled with an RBI double in the 6th inning, bringing in one of those 3 runs that were pushed across. The 1-2 will miss once again for ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, no outs. The 2-2 as Reitmeyer comes set, deals home, and that'll miss way out. Ball 3, excellent reaction from Shagabe to make sure that didn't go to the backstop, allowing 1 more run to come in. 3 balls, 2 strikes, making the count full. For Panton and the Bison. No outs. Bases loaded. 3-2. Fouled back, so the count will remain the same. Panton walking it off a bit. 3 balls, 2 strikes, nobody out. Runners on first, second, and third. Reitmeyer comes set. Deals home, and that'll miss outside for ball 4. For another walk, another run, excuse me, walked in. Bannister will make it home. So that'll bring up Godfrey. Pezzanella at third, Schultz at second, Panton at first. That will bring up Tyler Godfrey. Pitch will miss up high for ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes. 9-7 is the score. Canyon County up over the Gem City Bison. Only 2 runs now. 1 ball, no strikes. The pitch will miss, go to the backstop. The runner's going to come home. The ball will not be there in time, and that'll be another run for Gem City on the passed ball. Pezzanella will come in to score his 2nd run of the game. 9-8 the score as the runners will advance. Schultz will be at third and Panton at second. 2-0 pitch will miss outside for strike three. 3 balls, no strikes, no outs. With runners at second and third. The 3-0 coming from Reitmeyer. And that will miss up high for ball 4. Another walk will send Godfrey on base, and Calvin Webb will step up. One more mound visit from the coach of the Spuds. As he's going to walk up to the mound, take the ball once again, and another pitching change. As we will be back here on the Gem City Bison Digital Network right after this. Calvin Webb steps in for the Bison with a new pitcher and catcher in here. First pitch, swinging, force out at home, and the double play already. It didn't even have time to set up the play or anything like that. A quick double play. (9-8) the score with a quick 2 outs. And Quinn McCafferty will come up to bat. A pinch hitter. Blake McFadden is the new pitcher. Jeremy Keller is the new catcher. So that first pitch will come across for strike 1. So that's second pitch will be strike number 2. A quick 0-2 count from McFadden. 2 down with runners on second and third. 1-run ball game. 9-8. The Bison trail the Spuds. Third pitch will miss out for ball 1, although McFadden has some zip to him. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. 9-8, ball game. Here's the pitch, and that'll be strike 3 for the third out to protect the lead, but just by a small margin. 9-8 is the score. We head to the bottom of the 7th here on the Gem City Bison Digital Network. We'll be back right after this. Conrad Kish on the mound for your Gem City Bison. Now his first pitch going to be outside and down for ball 1. Kish getting back into the ball game. I feel like he's made 3 appearances in this series so far. As second one going to be swung on by Quinn for strike 1. All the other defensive players remain the same for the Bison. Pitch will miss up and inside for ball 2. Two balls, 1 strike, nobody out, nobody on base. A quick 3-1 count from Kish to Quinn. Kish from Maple Grove, Minnesota, goes to school at Bemidji State. The other Beavers, as we like to call them at Minot State. Second pitch going to be in there for strike 2. 3 balls, 2 strikes, no outs. Last time he was up, Quinn grounded to third base. It's going to be fouled off just out of play. It's going to bounce right in the VIP section. If we were playing banana ball, I'd be an out. 3-2. is the count. 3 balls, 2 strikes, nobody out, and nobody on. Today, Quinn has singled, walked, and grounded out. That's going to be swung on into center field. Wood calling everybody off, says he has it, and he does. A fly out to center field will bring up Jeremy Keller. After the defensive replacement in the last inning. Make sure, also, by the way, forgot to mention this.
Pin batting, number 7, Jeremy Keller.
The Bonds Brewery Company is an excellent sponsor of ours. Make sure to head over there for a nice craft beer. The official brewery of your Gem City Bison. First pitch swung on and fouled towards the right for strike 1. That's going to be swung on, picked up by Panton. A high throw straight into the Bison dugout, picked up by Pezzanella. A nice throw on second. He's going to be out. An excellent play from Pezzanella to follow the runner down the first base line, pick up the ball that was thrown past the first baseman, and throw it back into play. They're going to call interference because the ball went into the dugout. So there will only be 1 out this inning. Coach Gansrout's going to come out and talk with this as well as the players. The ball from Panton, the ball got hit to Panton and tried to throw it over to Webb at first. The ball went over Webb's head and into the Bison dugout. The Bison players and coach is arguing that nobody touched the ball. And that it just bounced off the wall. Pezzanella ran down the first base line, picked it up, and threw it over to second in time to get the out. The umpires are calling it interference. So the call will stand, only 1 out in this inning. So Burke will now step up to bat. First pitch will be swung on and fouled off towards the right for strike 1. 9-8 is the score. Canyon County up over Gem City. Chris Burke so far today has walked, struck out, and doubled. As on top of that, also has a stolen base. Kish deals home, and it's fouled backwards for strike number 2. No balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. With Keller on second after the interference call. No balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. The pitch will miss outside for ball 1, making the count 1-2. One ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. Here's the pitch. That'll be swung on and missed for strike 3. Burke will strike out for the second time today and put out number 2 on the board, and that will bring us back to the top of the order. Owen Bischoff, the center fielder, walks up to bat.
Center fielder number 1, Owen Bischoff.
First pitch coming from Kish. His time is going to be called by the umpire as he walks over to the dugout. Most likely a dugout warning. He walks his way back to behind home plate. So we get ready for the first pitch. Of this at bat. Bischoff steps in and is ready for battle. First pitch, swung on and missed. Huge swing for strike one. No balls, 1 strike, 2 outs, and a runner on second. It's bottom of the 7th inning, brought to you by Advanced Comfort Solutions and Hilton Hotel Investment Services. The pitch fouled off towards the right, almost into the Bison bullpen. Count will be 0-2. (9-8) is the score. Canyon County up over Gem City. With 2 outs, a runner on second. 0 balls and 2 strikes to Owen Bischoff, the leadoff man for the Spuds. The pitch will miss inside as Bischoff has to lift his arms up. That will be ball 1. One ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs with a runner on second. Kish looks in to Pezzanella, his catcher. As time again will be called by the ump. Pointing over to the Bison dugout once again. Talking directly to somebody in that dugout. As he walks back, telling the dugout to settle down, most likely. Walks back behind the plate once again. 1 ball, 2 strikes is the count. Two outs with a runner on second, that runner being Keller. Here's the pitch. That'll be swung on into left foul territory. Count will remain the same. One and 2 the count after that foul ball. 2 outs. The runner at second. 9-8 is the score in the bottom of the 7th. Kish looks back at second, fires home, and that will miss for ball 2. As most of the infield was walking back to the dugout expecting that to be a strike. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Kish once again looks in. Comes set. And fires home. That will be swung on into right field. Salgado will have it. As that will send us to the 8th inning here on the Gem City Bison Digital Network. 9-8, the Spuds lead it. We'll be back right after this. Derek Wood will step into bat once again. First pitch will come across up high for ball 1. Here in the top of the 8th inning, this top of the 8th inning brought to you by Pepsi Wyoming Beverages and Gary Crum. 1-0 pitch coming from McFadden will be fouled off towards the left to even things up at 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike, nobody out. The umpire motioning towards the Spuds dugout now. That pitch will come across for 2 balls, 1 strike. McFadden comes set, deals in, and that will be in for strike 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and nobody out, as Wood is the leadoff man for this inning. He's walked twice, struck out once, and flown out to left field today. 2-2 will be swung on, picked up by Panton, and he'll be over on first in time.
Right fielder number 4, Caleb Salgado. Right fielder,
So that base hit for Wood will bring up Caleb Salgado, the right fielder for the Bison, trailing just by 1 run, 9-8 in the top of the 8th inning. Salgado steps into the right-handed batter's box, as McFadden does with the mound. Wood on first. The pitch will miss outside for ball 1. Keller, the tall catcher for this Spuds team. 1 ball, no strikes. Nobody out with a runner on first. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed for strike 1, making things even at 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike here in the top of the 8th. The Spuds lead at 9-8. Pickoff attempt over to first from the lefty McFadden. Wood will get back in time. So the count still 1-1 as Salgado steps back in. McFadden comes set and deals home. Golf swing. Wood gets back in time. One ball, 2 strikes now. No outs with Wood on first. Another pickoff attempt over to first. Wood is once again safe. McFadden comes set. Another attempt. Still safe once again. 3 pickoff attempts. And it counts 1-2 to Salgado. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. Wood's going to go. It's going to be swung on and missed. Wood will be in there safe. Barely safe, to be honest, but safe nonetheless. Salgado will be set down swinging for out number 1. That will bring up Luke Bannister, designated hitter. Last inning, he made it all the way around to score after making it on base off of a walk. 1 out, runner on second in the scoring position for the Bison. Here's the pitch. That'll miss up for ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes, 1 out. McFadden looks back at second, deals home, and that'll be lined just barely foul. To make the count 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out as everybody goes back to their positions and gets ready for the 1-1 pitch. Here's the 1-1 coming from McFadden. The pitch will be in for strike 2 as Salgado moved out of the way, fearing that it may hit him in the knee. Third base coach coming near the plate, as is McFadden talking to his catcher. One ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. 1-run ball game here in the top of the 8th. Bannister steps in. Here's the 1-2 from McFadden. He steps off, actually. Makes Wood retreat back to second. Count remains at 1-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out, runner on second. Here's the pitch. It's going to be swung on and missed for a strikeout by Bannister. 3 strikeouts for McFadden. Second of this inning. As that will bring up the catcher, Nico Pezzanella. Pezzanella steps into the box with Woods still at second off the single and the stolen base. First pitch. He'll be in there for strike 1. No balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Runner on second for the Bison. Here's the 0-1. That'll miss out for ball 1. 1-1 will be the count. Now even. As Keller will come out to talk to McFadden near the mound. And Pezzanella will take a couple practice swings outside of the box on the right-hand side. One the count, 2 outs with Wood on second here in the top of the 8th. McFadden comes set. Looks back at second. Now looks home, back at second, back at home. Here's the pitch. That will miss for ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike. With 2 outs and a runner on second for Pezzanella and the Bison. McFadden comes set and deals home. Swung on and popped. Foul. Back and towards the left for strike 2. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs with a runner on second. As McFadden brings a ball to the base umpire as he throws it towards the Spuds dugout, and McFadden gets a new one. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Pezzanella at bat, Wood at second. Here's the 2-2. That will miss out for ball 3. 3 balls, 2 strikes to make the count full now. Pezzanella stepping in, having scored 2 runs. Singled and been walked thrice. That's right, 3 times. Here's the full count pitch. That'll be fouled back. The count will remain the same. Three balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. 1-run ball game with runner at second. Technically in scoring position. McFadden comes set once again. Here's the pitch, and that'll be in there for strike 3. Pezzanella strikes out for the 3rd out of this inning. We head to the bottom of the 8th here on the Gem City Bison Digital Network. 9-8 is the score. Canyon County up over Gem City. We'll be back right after this. Lucas Danielitz steps in for the Spuds here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Close ball game, 9-8, as Parker Knupp gets the ball for the Bison. First pitch going to miss Danielitz for ball 1. This Danielitz had to duck to get out of the way. Knupp, one of the closers for this Gem City Bison team. So that pitch will be in there for strike 1 to even up the count. One ball, 1 strike. That pitch will be in there for strike 2. 1-2 the count with nobody on and nobody out, as Danielitz is the leadoff man for this inning. Here's the pitch, and that will miss barely up and inside for ball 2. Knupp, an excellent presence on the mound, so that will be swung on and missed for strike 3. Danielitz will be set down on strikes for the first time today. That will bring up Tyler Stone.
Number 34, Tyler Stone!
the designated hitter for the Spuds. One out, nobody on base. Knupp deals home. That'll miss outside to the lefty for ball one. That one will be swung on towards the Bison dugout in the VIP area for the 1-1 count. Stone has doubled twice, singled once, and hit it right to first base for an out. The 1-1 from Knupp swung on and missed for strike two. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out with nobody on base. That one will miss for ball 2. Tyler Stone 3 for 3. So far as that pitch will be outside for ball 3. And that will bring up full count here in Caldwell at beautiful Wolf Stadium. The 3-2 swung on, fouled back towards the left. The count will remain the same. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out, and nobody on base. One out as Stone steps in. Here's the pitch. 3-2 will miss out for ball 4, sending Stone to first base for the 3rd time today. The 4th time today, excuse me. So Tyler Miller will step up to the bat, the first baseman.
Your attention, please. Pitch running at first base.
And they'll have a
Number 2,
pinch runner.
Schwartzberg.
Zach Schwartzberg at first. Schwartzberg will take a nice lead. First pitch will miss for ball 1. It's 1 ball, no strikes, 1 out. Here's the pitch that'll miss outside for ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes, 1 out. Schwartzberg on first, pinch running for Stone. And Miller at bat for the Spuds. 2 balls, no strikes. The pitch from Knupp will miss inside and down for ball 3, giving Miller a favorable hitter's count. 3-0 count, 1 out, and a runner on first. Pickoff attempt over to first. And Schwartzberg slides back in with an ample amount of time left. He was right there. 3 balls, no strikes. The pitch will be outside for ball 4. That'll send Schwartzberg to second and Miller to first on the walk. 2 walks in a row. Peyton Flynn will step up to bat. One out, runners on first and second for Flynn and the Spuds. First pitch coming from Knupp will be in there for strike 1. No balls, 1 strike, and 1 out with 2 runners on base. The pitch will miss just up high for ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. 9-8 in the bottom of the 8th. The pitch from Knupp in there for strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes, and 1 out. Flynn is flown out to center. Grounded to the pitcher. Struck out and flown out to center once again. All in that order. That pitch going to miss out for ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Knupp comes set, looking at second. Deals home. In for strike 3. Another strikeout for Flynn. His second of the game and the second strikeout of this inning for Knupp and the Bison. That'll bring up Gabe Garrett. With runners still on first and second, and now 2 outs looming for Garrett. First pitch from Knupp, swung on and missed. Looked like that was a high ball anyway, for strike 1. No balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. The pitch will miss up high for ball 1. That'll even things up at 1-1 with 2 outs and a runner on first and second. 2 strikeouts in the inning for Knupp. Looking back at second and back at home, and then that'll be swung on into left center field. Wood and Salgado tracking it. Salgado will come down with it for the 3rd out of the inning. We head to the 9th inning here on the Gem City Bison Digital Network. 9-8. The last chance for the Bison is coming up next here on the Gem City Bison Digital Network. The Texas Cowboys steps into bat for the Gem City Bison. Keegan Schultz will lead off things here in the top of the 9th inning. The Spuds leading it 9-8 in a very close ball game. First pitch going to be fouled back for strike 1. Blake McFadden still in on the mound for the Spuds. No balls, 1 strike, nobody out, nobody on. Here's the pitch. And that's swung on a little bit lazily, in my opinion, by Schultz. Schultz, so far, has struck out, grounded out to third, had an RBI double in the 6th, and then walked in the 7th. Fouled towards the right side. The count will remain the same at 0 balls and 2 strikes. The 0-2 pitch will miss outside for ball 1. The 1-2 swung on into left field. Burke is chasing it. He's under it. And that will be out number 1 of this top of the 9th. Excellent awareness and speed from Burke to get over there.
The shortstop, number 6, Justice
So that will bring up Justice Panton
Shortstop,
for the Bison. Blake McFadden has 21 strikes in this ball game so far. Make that 22. As Panton will go down 0-1. So far for the season has a 2.08 ERA in 4.1 innings pitched. So it'll be swung on and fouled off towards the right, staying inside the netting for strike 2. No balls, 2 strikes, 1 out with nobody on base. So far today, Panton has struck out once, walked twice. Looking to get his first hit here. The 0-2. And that'll be in there for strike 3. A quick 2 outs off of a fly out and a strikeout will bring up Tyler Godfrey, the second baseman for the Bison.
second baseman, number 7, Tater Godfrey. Second baseman, Godfrey.
1 for 4 today. Here's the first pitch that'll miss outside for ball 1. One ball, no strikes, 2 outs. Here's the pitch. That'll be swung on into right field for a base hit. Godfrey will walk into first.
First baseman, number 29.
And that'll bring the go-ahead run up to bat. Calvin Webb, the hometown kid from Laradice, will step up to bat. Two outs, a runner on first as Webb steps in. 9-8, the Spuds lead it over the Bison in the top of the 9th. The pitch swung on, but missed by Webb. No balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. The runner on first. Here's the 0-1. Once again, swung on and missed for strike 2. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs in the top of the 9th. With Godfrey on first for the Bison. Here's the 0-2. Swung on and missed for a strike 3 swinging. That will be it. A late surge from the Bison will come up just a bit short. Nothing to hang their heads on, though.
Thank you, Tater Town, for sticking around.
As the Spuds win it 9-8 versus the Gem City Bison. We'll be back right here on the Gem City Bison Digital Network to wrap things up when we come back. 9-8, the Canyon County Spuds pull it out over the Gem City Bison after a late game surge, including 5 runs between 2 innings. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Gem City Bison Digital Network. We're going to wrap things up for you here tonight at Wolf Field and remind you about tomorrow and tell you what's to come for the next week. So just going to take a look at a few stats here. The Bison were led in hitting by Tyler Godfrey. Went 2 for 3 today, 2 hits on 3 at-bats, 2 walks. For the Spuds, they were led by Lucas Danielewicz, 2 for 4, 2 hits, 4 at-bats with 1 walk and 1 strikeout. For pitchers, the Spuds were led by Tom with 1 hit allowed, 1 run allowed, 1 run earned, 5 walks and 4 strikeouts on 15 batters faced in 3.2 innings. For the Bison, they were led by Patrick Richardson, who had 3 hits allowed, 4 runs, all of them earned, 4 walks, 4 strikeouts on 20 batters faced, and 4 innings pitched. Once again, final score 9-8. Your Gem City Bison just narrowly lose this one in Caldwell after coming all the way back. Just a reminder that tomorrow the start time has been changed from 5 o'clock p.m. to 1 o'clock p.m. So make sure to join us here at around 1 o'clock for the, I call it a pregame show. It's like 3 minutes of me recapping the last night, but it's still a pregame show, so make sure to join us around about 1. Keep tuned into all of our social medias to see if anything changes. With that, we will for sure let you know. But for now, final score 9-8, Canyon County over the Gem City Bison. The Bison fall below 500 for the first time this year. And we head to tomorrow, the final game of this 5-game set between the Canyon County Spuds and the Gem City Bison. From all of us here at the Gem City Bison, I want to thank you guys for watching and listening, and a huge thanks to all of our sponsors for allowing us to do what we do. Once again, final score 9-8, Canyon County over Gem City. Hope you all have a good rest of your night, and as always, feel the charge.